You're always going on and on about how you want your life to have meaning, how you just somehow know that you're destined for something great. Well, this is your chance to prove it, pal. Johan died to get us the structural and engineering plans. If we mess this up, he's gonna be ticked.
So we won't mess up.
As long as we time this right, I should be able to destroy the generator during your first fight. As soon as things start going boom, spring into action and grab that stone. For the people, Astrian.
For the people. Don't forget that you're still wanted by Algoth's government. Remain discreet.
Whoa. Where do you think you're going?
I'm here to fight in the arena.
Sorry, gutter rat. Only nobles from the warrior clans can fight in the arena. Go find an outhouse to play in.
Come on, Orin. If the kid wants his guts spilled, why not? I'm sure the warriors in there would enjoy ripping this wretch apart.
Let's make this interesting then. If you can best me, I'll let you pass. Deal.
You lost, Orin.
Shut up. Go on, kid. Get in there before my captain comes by.
General Gale, who is this young warrior? Have we seen him fight before?
He's not at any house that I know, my lord.
Hey, you! What are you doing down here? This unknown newbie has crushed Gargon of the House of Ill. But does he stand a chance against the mighty Ogon?
Come on, Tark. That's my chance.
What's going on?
Reinhardt's. He's going for the stone.
What? He can't steal the stone. We're supposed to steal it. Come on!
He's gone. And he took the stone.
We've got to find it. That stone is the key to the rebellion.
Oh,
Estrian, come on! This is our chance.
we have to help them.
You just can't resist a damsel in distress, can you?
Thank you. 3 squads of Algodian guards ran by, and none of them stopped to help.
Yeah, great. You're welcome. Come on, Estrian. Reinhardt's is getting away.
You're going after Reinhardt's? I'm coming with you.
Thanks, but we don't need your help.
If you truly believe that, then you don't know what Reinhardt's is capable of. Let's go.
It's him! Get him!
Keep going after Reinhardt. I'll find you later.
Why are the guards chasing your friend?
They must have the wrong guy. Let's go!
So, it begins.
son.
Where am I?
Find me.
Are you talking to me?
Find me, my son.
I don't recognize your voice. Why are you calling me your son?
You have to trust the master in the tower.
That fool is guiding us to ruin.
It's just a meeting.
It's a surrender.
You don't know that. The senator is...
The senator is the reason the people of Algodes think the Guardians are traitors. They curse our names in the streets. It's because of his propaganda. Man wants to wipe our kind from the face of the world, and I'll be done before I deliver myself to him on a platter.
Who are you?
Glad you could join us.
What happened? How long have I been out?
2 days. Reinhardt's? He managed to escape with the Varstone,
Where are we now?
the Algodian Palace.
What?
Is something wrong?
No, I'm fine.
Ah, our mysterious hero is awake at last.
General Gale, any news on Reinhardt's location?
None. A few scouts spotted his ship over the Ual Desert, but there's been nothing since.
I see. What a monster! Without that stone, Algoid's energy crisis will only worsen. More homes will go dark, more factories will shut down, and when winter's sting descends upon the city, this is horrible!
Magnate Frey wanted me to personally thank you for saving his daughter. The Magnate wanted to come by and thank you himself, but he's got more important matters to tend to at the moment.
You're Magnate Frey's daughter?
And you're Astrian, is it? From what district do you hail?
My family lives in the Gulan district.
Oh, very posh. You and your family should be just fine during our little energy crunch. Rest assured that the wealthy districts still have little to fear at this point.
That's good to know.
I must ask you to leave now. I have some private work to do. Thank you again for what you did, young man. You have Algode's thanks, and mine. After all, Listy is my betrothed.
So you're marrying that guy?
You were lying just now. I can tell. I have a sense about people. You don't really live in the Gulan district, do you?
I have to go. I need to find my friend Tarek.
Oh, I want to come along. I owe him my thanks.
We were going to meet back in the plains to the east. He lives in a village beyond the far fields.
Wonderful. My father has never let me leave the city. I want to see what life is like beyond Algode's walls. I want to see the abundant life flourishing on the plains.
Fine.
If you were lying back there about your family, what's the truth?
I grew up in the Alhambra district. My mother died when I was a toddler. I don't even remember her face. I was raised by my father, a gardener.
I didn't know they had gardens in the slums. I'm sorry. That was horribly rude of me. Please, continue. Does your father still garden?
One night, when I was young, we were having dinner. There was a pounding at the door. My father stood up and looked at me. I'll never forget the look on his face. He told me to run to the back of the house and climb out the window. Keep running, he said. I was scared, so I did as I was told. I heard shouting, fighting. As I snuck out into the street, I couldn't help it. I looked back. He was being beaten by a group of...
A group of who?
Algodian soldiers. Your father's men.
What? But... why?
I don't know. They beat him senseless, dragged him off. I ran. I wandered out to the plains, where I met Tarek. I haven't seen my father since. But I'm going to find out what happened to him. I'm going to learn the truth. Listy, I despise this city. I hate Algo. I hate the soldiers. I hate the nobles. I hate your father. You sure you want to come with me?
Yes. I'm sure. Let's go. This is the village? Everyone looks so sad.
Let's find Tarek.
Never give up hope.
Astrian! Hey, what happened? How'd the mission go? I've been having these, super awful nightmares since you guys left. Wait, where's my brother?
We got separated. We agreed to meet back here if anything went wrong.
Well, he's not here, Astrian. I haven't seen him since you guys left.
These nightmares you've been having, can you describe them?
Oh, they're horribly awful. There's this... Hold on. Who are you?
This is Listy. She's a friend.
Oh! Welcome to the cause, Listy.
What cause?
About these nightmares.
Right. I open my eyes and I'm in this dark cave. I'm swimming. There's fire everywhere. And I see Tarek. He's tired and he's got these scars on his back and there are all these awful men laughing at him.
The Algodian government often takes prisoners to Mount Dimon to work in the mines.
Mount Dimon? You mean the volcano? Ugh! Those Algodian jerks. We have to go there. We have to rescue my brother.
Mount Dimon is on the other side of the wasteland.
What is the wasteland?
It's as pleasant as it sounds. And the creatures out there feed on slow travelers. We never make it across on foot.
We could capture and tame some Piyagi out on the plains.
Perfect. And then we can zip across the wasteland. Come on, Astrian. We can do this. We have to do this.
Hey! The wolves are hunting it! Let's save the Piyagi!
What do they mine in there?
Var shards. The energy the shards generate are the key to Algoid's industrialization. Only they burn quickly, so they must be constantly replenished.
How do you know all of this?
Because my father is Magnate Frey.
What? You're Magnate Frey's daughter? Spy! Spy!
Calm down, Shira. If she was a spy, do you think she would have just come out and told you who she was?
Good point. So, are you on our side now or something?
I don't know. All I know is that I feel I've been sleepwalking for a very long time. Like I've been staring at one side of a prism my entire life. And I'm just now starting to take a step back and see the way the prism refracts and changes the light.
Huh?
So how do we get into the mines?
The entrance must be through the factory. Walk behind me. Let me do the talking.
Halt! State your business.
Do you not recognize Algoid's first daughter?
Oh, I'm sorry, miss. I didn't. What brings you here?
Boring diplomacy duties, as usual. Father wanted me to escort these ambassadors to the facility and show them around.
Oh, certainly. Go on through. Be careful in there.
Can I help you?
These are ambassadors from the kingdom of Terrestrian. I'm to take them on a tour of the main mine. Can you tell me where the entrance is?
It's in the north area, but the foreman and his guards have got the entrance secured. I doubt they'll let you in.
We'll see about that.
Excuse me. Hello. Hi. My name is Han. I'm a scientist and archaeologist. My team and I uncovered what appears to be an ancient solar generator of some sort near the northeast area. However, we can't get to it because of the Phoenix roaming about. We asked the guards for assistance, but they, of course, will not help. The brutes have no appreciation for the humanities. What interests me about this solar generator are the strange cubes that seem to be central to the core design. I've seen these cubes in other ancient relics, and I'd like to compare them. Do you think you could bring me the cube?
I'll try.
You, Algodian, where is my hatchling?
What hatchling? What are you raving about?
Don't play stupid with me. I know you have my child.
Calm down. We're not with the Elgodians. Tell me what happened.
Soldiers! They came and they took my hatchling. They scampered into the small cave to the south. I could not go inside because I cannot live without the light of the sun. I cannot move in darkness.
We need the cube from the ancient solar generator. If I get your hatchling, will you give us the cube?
Of course.
Stop! No unauthorized personnel beyond this point.
Release the hatchling.
Release the hatchling? Do you mean the Phoenix hatchling? Are you daft? Can your little brain comprehend the things we can learn by poking and prodding that creature? Guards, get rid of these bothersome individuals. Don't kill me, please. The world needs my brilliant mind. Look, I'll release the hatchling. Just don't hurt me.
Perhaps not all humans are wretched. Thank you, mortal. Here is your cube.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Finally, I can study this device. Be gone. I've work to do.
We had an on-the-job death last week. That would never happen on my watch.
Ah, I'd heard Magnate Frey's daughter was visiting us.
Are you the foreman of this facility?
I am indeed, my lady.
I'd like to take these ambassadors into the mines.
I'm afraid that area's restricted, miss.
My father insisted. You don't want me to return to Algod and tell him you stood in my way, do you?
Well, let me contact General Gale to gain clearance. Guards, please escort Miss Listy and these ambassadors to a holding area while I contact Algo.
Screw this! For the people!
I knew it. Detain them all! Please, don't hurt me.
Hand over the key to the mines, buddy boy.
Yes, certainly. Listy, you are a traitor. Your father will hear about this.
I can't believe this. What have I done? I raised arms against the Algodian officials. I'm aiding enemies of the state.
We don't have time for you to fret, Listy. You're either in or you're out.
What's it gonna be, princess? The alarm will be going off, like, any minute now.
I'm in. Let's go.
Stop. No one is allowed beyond this point without official documentation.
Here's my official documentation, right here.
no, stop! Please don't hurt me.
Tell me how to open the gate and I'll think about it.
The obelisk. You need to gather 4 elemental orbs and activate the obelisk. Here! I've got the fire orb. Just take it. You can use its power to get to the other orbs. Remember, fire leads to earth. Earth leads to air, and air leads to water.
dolt. It's me, your sister.
Who did the... What's going on? What's happening?
Tarek!
Sis? What are you doing here? Where is here?
That stone. It's a Varsh stone.
Like the one Reinhardt stole from Algod?
Yes, but it seems to be emanating a different energy. The Seekers have been scouring the lands, searching for other Varstones of this size and magnitude, but Father never told me of this discovery.
Astrian, get back!
It's okay.
You don't understand. We can't win this war if we don't change our course.
Our first priority is to protect the stones. Our people need you to be strong, my love.
I am strong. It's the rest of you that are weak.
You don't mean that.
You're the weakest of them all.
What are you talking about?
I know about you, my brother. You think I don't know? Do you think me a fool, traipsing about in the darkness, unaware of the ways you succumb to your desires?
No,
If I am indeed a broken man, as you say, Leonra, I am broken because of you.
No! Wait! Aaron!
You seem upset, Leonra.
It's Aaron. There's something wrong with him. He's not himself. He rises easily to anger. He shuts me out.
He's losing heart. He's frightened. He's desperate. He's turning to the dark arts.
I don't know what to do. I'm carrying his child.
I see. Let me go to him and...
Shush. Did you hear that?
So, it begins.
Astrian! Astrian! Astrian, hey! Where did you go?
I had some kind of dream or vision or something. There were these people and...
What were they saying?
They mentioned a war and needing to protect the stones.
The Varsh stones?
I don't know. Reinhardt's was there too.
The most recent war was the Horizon War 20 years ago, at the beginning of the Industrial Era, when Algod was rising to power.
I've had these kinds of dreams before. It's almost like I'm experiencing someone else's memories or something. But the dreams have felt stronger, more vivid since I met you.
What do you think that means?
I'm not sure, but I feel like the dreams are trying to tell me something. I want to know more about these stones. We have to find Reinhardt's. General Gale said his ship was last seen over the Yawl Desert.
I'll go with you.
Me too.
Me three!
Great! Then let's get going.
So, how do we find Reinhardt's?
Not by standing around. Let's keep moving.
Who's this?
Please, help. Water.
Please help water. What does that mean? Who's water?
She's thirsty, you dimwit.
Oh, right.
Here, drink this.
This desert is ours. They came. They took us.
Who took you? What are you saying?
The Technomancer. The army from Algod. They captured us. They made us work in their camp, trying to excavate the temple, hoping to tame the god.
God?
My children. They made me leave my babies behind to die. My babies.
Are you saying the Algodian army is here? And that they're forcing the nomads of the desert into labor?
Father,
What have you done to these people?
Come on, let's find this camp. Listen, we can write this. We want to speak to the Technomancer.
Is that so? How about you talk to the dirt instead?
This is technically sand we're standing on, you Piagi turd, not dirt.
Sorry, you little Garum. Okay. Go on through.
Who are you? What do you want?
Let these people go.
You mean my workers?
Your slaves.
Same thing. And why should I let them go?
Because it's the right thing to do.
Ooh, did you hear that, men? This kid says we should free our laborers because it's the right thing to do.
Is this how Algoed intends to build its empire? On the backs of the weak and less fortunate?
Kill these creatures. That's right.
Let's free the nomads.
1,000 blessings upon you.
What is this temple the army was trying to get into?
The house of the wind god, whose majesty blows gentle across the sands of eternity. His heart beats deep within. The city dwellers wanted our god's heart. They wanted to harness its power for their own gain.
They were getting close to breaking the temple's seal, but fortunately you came along. Thank you, travelers.
The god's heart. Harness its power.
Yeah, it's probably a varnish stone.
So what do? Knock on the temple door and ask to come in?
That nomad said they were getting close to breaking the temple's seal. Let's search the camp and see if we can find their records and research.
Please, help us!
I think I found something. 4 descendants of fire will lead the way to the temple.
Look at the statue. Descendant of fire. A phoenix rises from ash. Ash is created by fire. So a phoenix would be a descendant of fire, right? Let's check it out.
The stone's energy is powerful.
I feel it too. It's almost like it's calling to me.
Is that the stone?
So beautiful.
That was intense.
We may take the stone now.
Actually, I will be taking the stone. Though I should thank you for unlocking the temple and vanquishing that bothersome worm.
The stones. What are they, Raven? What do you want with them?
You ask me questions to which you already know the answers, my boy. Such a glorious thing.
Father? I don't understand.
Hello, Astrian.
I've seen you before. In my dreams, I think.
They both loved me. I couldn't let that love destroy the Guardians.
Who are the Guardians?
I took my own life in an effort to bring them together, not to tear them apart. I never meant to drive him into darkness.
Who are you?
We had to protect the stones. We had to set aside our worldly passions and fallibilities and unite as one.
Why does your voice sound so familiar?
We must find the tower, Astrian. West of the Great Ice Lake.
The what?
Find the tower, my son. Time is running out.
Son? Wait! No! Mother!
Another one of your dreams?
My father, Reinhardt's.
You got away with the stone. Again.
Was he? Was that really your dad?
Yes.
Wow.
Maybe it wasn't him, right? I mean, you only saw him for a few seconds. Maybe.
It was him. Listy, do you know what the Ice Lake is? The tower?
No.
Astrian, you can't keep chasing your dreams around. We have to stay focused on what matters.
This does matter. These stones are more important than we think, Tarek. Something big is happening and I can feel it. And we're supposed to be a part of it somehow. All of us.
Astrian, my friend, I know you've always wanted your life to have meaning and everything, but we're fighting the good fight. We're standing up to the big guy.
This is bigger than that. I know it is.
How? How do you know?
I just do. I have
faith.
Maybe Gramps knows something about this Ice Lake Tower thing.
Well, let's go back to the village and ask him.
Life was so simple when we were just forming a rebellion and aiming to overthrow the government.
pretend we didn't see him and keep going? I'm starving.
How would you be able to live with yourself?
I'd find a way.
I had those creatures right where I wanted them. I didn't need your assistance.
What are you doing out here by yourself?
Well, I had a Piagi, but it seems to have scurried off. I'm sure it's nearby.
Yeah, nearby in a wyvern's belly.
Allow me to introduce myself. Edmund's the name, and hunting bounties is the game.
Master King, is it safe? Are they gone?
And this is my brave and loyal robot companion.
Cute! What's his name?
The robot.
Not a very creative name.
A man like me can't afford to get attached. Anyhow, you scamper along now. I should be perfectly fine out here.
Master King, please, good people, assist my Master King. We were hunting a bounty, but we took a wrong turn at some point. We've been lost, wandering out here for days. My poor Master King hasn't eaten anything.
We're on the way to our village. We'll take him there.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Ancient whispers spoke of a civilization nestled by a giant lake of ice in the spires of the Sonalan Mountains. But that time has passed, and those whispers have gone silent.
Well, Astrian had a dream about it, and now he wants to go there.
The Sonalan Mountains are most inhospitable. Even if you could weather the stinging cold and the brutal winds, the mountains themselves are nearly impossible to climb. So, unless you can fly, I'm afraid you won't be visiting the Great Ice Lake anytime soon.
Did someone say something about flying?
Edmund! I take it you're feeling better?
Oh yes, these noble savages are quite kind. One would think that a people so wretched and impoverished would... I'm saying horrible things, aren't I?
Sort of.
Well, anywho, was someone saying something about needing to fly? Because I just happen to have an airship.
You do? Great!
Not so fast, Shira. He's a bounty hunter. He thinks with his purse.
Usually, yes. But I'll gladly fly you wherever you need to go. On one condition.
Go on.
My airship has been impounded by the Algodian government. Seems they weren't happy with some trading I was hired to do, and, well, if you want my help, you'll have to help me get my ship back.
Misty betrayed her father, who just happens to be Magnate Frey's daughter. I recently busted out of the Mount Dimon mines, and the government branded my sister a terrorist.
Fascists. It's not like I ever hurt a civilian or anything. Just because I defaced a few statues and blew up a couple of landmarks and hijacked a few shipments and...
Point being, it's not like we can just stroll into Algod right now.
What about the old smuggler's tunnel?
No one even knows if that tunnel still exists.
The entrance is said to be somewhere out in the plains. Let's go look for it.
I came here to aid these poor people in their struggle. Their need was so great that I ran out of medicine within my first month. For most common afflictions, I can use taro moss as a herbal substitute. Could you bring me 3 bundles?
Where can I get it?
Taro moss grows in the shade of giant mushrooms. There should be some out on the plain.
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you. Here. This is all I can give you.
My. I've not seen people in a long time. Welcome.
Do you live here?
Indeed I do. You're just in time for supper. I've prepared a delicious soup. Here, have some.
Thanks.
What did you do to me? I put poison in the soup. Give me all your possessions.
What now?
My airship is being held below the sky dock. It's pretty heavily guarded.
So let's knock some guards around and take their uniforms.
There's my ship. Let's go.
Hey, you, girl!
Uh-oh.
You're the little brat who vandalized the Glory Bureau in the market district.
Me?
And that's the guy me and Petrov spotted in the arena on the day of Reinhardt's attack.
Oh my!
And that's Megley Frey's traitor of a daughter. Drop your weapons.
Oh, Master King!
Robot, I figured those Algodian ruffians would have dismantled you by now.
They've left me alone, Master King. They seem to think I'm a mobile flesh receptacle of some sort.
Wonderful. Open the door and let's get out of here.
Is something wrong, Master King?
I heard the others talking about Reinhardt's. If they're going after him... Robot, what's the current bounty on Reinhardt's?
It is a number beyond human comprehension.
Fantastic. If we deliver that sorcerer to General Gale, we could retire for life. Let's bring the others and continue adventuring with them. Maybe they'll lead us to the score of a lifetime. Psst, sweetheart.
Edmund, how did you get out?
My loyal robot sprung me from my confinement. If I release you, will you give me a kiss?
I don't think so. You're not my type.
Ah, too bad. But worry not. I will release you all the same. Greetings, boys. Are you having a good time in there?
If you don't get us out of here, I will kick your face.
Ah, I can see you don't have a sense of humor at the moment. Understandable.
You, I should have known. You're the one who has manipulated and twisted Listy's mind.
No, General. The only people who have manipulated me are you and my father and the rest of the Senate. You distort the truth. You hide the cost of Algo's prominence. Our entire city thrives on the sweat and pain of every other...
Stand aside, Listy.
No, you stand aside. We're taking that airship and we're leaving.
It's not too late for you, my darling. You've acted out. You've yielded to naive passions. But if you return home and ask your father's forgiveness, he will understand. He was young and impressionable once, too.
Stand aside, General Gale, or kill me. Those are your choices right now.
Nice to meet you, Mr. General, sir.
I never thought I would find myself above the clouds. It's so beautiful and calm. From up here, it's hard to believe there's so much suffering going on down there.
Listy, why are you helping us?
I was so curious when I was a little girl. My father hated it. I would always ask why and how come at everything, and he would get so impatient with me. Even then, I think he was trying to shield me from the truth. Algod is an illusion, built on a lie. The shards and stones we use to power our great city, I think those stones are somehow connected to nature. And by draining their power, we're draining life from the heart of the world.
I think so, too. No, I know so. For some reason, I just...
You just know. But if we are right, what can we do?
Whatever we have to do. I mean, if we don't fight for the heart of the world, who will?
Master King, Eggman requests that everyone go below deck.
What's going on?
We ran into a bit of a problem because of the fog.
What kind of problem?
A mountain. We ran into a mountain. Or at least we think it was a mountain. It was large and immobile, and it broke our side sails, so we had to land. It took because...
Great. Now what?
I can't repair the ship without a new propeller.
Let's look around.
Greetings, lowland wanderers. You are not of these mountains.
So I take it you are?
My people have dwelled up here since the beginning of time.
Your people? Where do you live?
My people dwell in the village hidden in the mist, at the base of the Tower of Knowledge.
Did you say tower? Where is this tower?
The tower is at the top of the mountain. Take this path here.
was beginning to wonder when you would show up.
A talking fox? Kill it!
Shira, you know me?
In a way, yes, I do. I've been waiting for you, Astrid.
You have?
You're here because the stones have been speaking to you, calling to you. You want to understand them.
How do you know this about me?
You have dreams. I have dreams too, Astrid.
What are you talking about?
Edmund, Shira, Tarek.
You know all our names? Creepy.
Time is slipping away from us. You must repair the airship. And you must learn how to reach the Oracle's temple.
Oh yeah? And why do we gotta do all that?
The fate of this world depends on it.
Guys? I don't know why, but I believe him.
I don't even know what this Oracle's temple is.
You'll find the help you need in the village below.
What about Astrian and Listy?
They need to stay here with me.
Not really one for straightforward answers, are you, little fox? Fine. Come on, guys.
Can I help you find something?
You don't happen to be selling an airship propeller, do you? Model...
No. Curses. But I do have one. You can have it if you want. The BG-5 is such an old, clunky model. No one buys parts for it anymore. I've been using this old propeller as a rotating display. Here, take it.
Wonderful. Thank you, good vendor. Capital. The ship is as good as new. Where to?
Well, we have to gather info on this Oracle's temple. If this temple has something to do with Varstones, maybe we'll find something at the volcano factory in that camp in the desert.
Let's fly.
This computer might have some juicy info in it. Sit tight for a second. Let me dig around.
Any luck?
There's another Varsh stone. This one having something to do with some earth spirit. The Algod army knows it's in the Grand Forest, but the forest is protected by magic. Anyone who enters the forest without permission will forever be lost. It sounds like the scientists have devised some kind of monolith or something that can weaken the power of the forest. There's a few notes here. All elemental spirits must be gathered.
Good to know, I suppose.
Search around in this computer's database. Several reports in here about some unidentified object. Object X. It seems really important. They excavated it and transported it to the Ice City to do more research on it.
What is this object?
I have no idea, but it seems really important. There's a message here from Gray. Protect Object X at all costs. Let's go to the Ice City. Drat! This computer's database is protected by a password. Give me some time and I'll jam through.
Make it quick, sis. We've got baddies on the way.
Just a few seconds.
Can't hold them off any longer. Shira, give me a kiss before I die.
Got it! Object X is Moon's cocoon!
Really? Who's Moon?
Some ultra-powerful evil being or something. Magnet Ray is trying to bring him back to life. Wouldn't lose power, blah, blah, blah.
Anything about this Oracle's temple?
The Oracle's temple is a floating temple in the sky, up in the clouds. Frey's notes seem to be saying it's where Moon will gain strength once he emerges from the cocoon. The only way to reach it is to assemble all of the elemental spirits and fly at a bearing of... I should probably write these numbers and things down.
I think we've got what we were supposed to find. Let's get back to asking.
You are not ready, but I will help you. Follow me.
What do you mean? Not ready for what?
Let us enter the room of being. All things exist in balance. Our world is held together by two opposing forces. One of these forces is a being known as Moon. He is the embodiment of the void, and he is kept from this world by the power of the Vash stones.
The stones?
Exploited by the city of Algod for their energy, the stones are losing their power, and as a result, Moon is slowly breaking through. His encroaching presence is the reason no new life has grown. He is the reason the grasses of the plains are withering away, why the lakes are receding, why the forests are dying. Soon, he will enter this world.
So, if this void is one of the forces holding our world together...
The other force is life, nature. Bonded to the ancient Guardian clan, who've been sworn to protect the Vash stones. Most of their kind have been purged from our world, but not all of them.
Am I one of them?
Indeed, as were your parents.
You knew my parents?
I was their mentor. We fought together against the Hunt. But something happened. Soon after, the Guardians were defeated. Those of us that remained went into hiding.
What? What happened?
You said us. Does that mean you're a Guardian too?
That's correct. As are you, my dear.
Me? That's impossible. My father never mentioned that.
Your father has shielded you from a great deal of truths, has he not? Your mother was born into a guardian clan, but she rejected the responsibility. She met your father in Algold when he was a young senator. It was through her that your father learned about the Varsh stones and realized their potential. He began a campaign to gather the stones and use them to power Algold's industrial machine. The Guardians rose up to stop him. He used his position of power to brand the Guardians as terrorists bent on hindering humanity's progress. And thus, the hunt began.
So what happens now?
Now, the Guardians must rise up once more. You must learn to summon your inner strength. If you want to defeat the void, you must first defeat me and my spirit, Fat. Come at me, kids. spirits have returned. Let us meet them.
And apparently, this moon is coming to life through some cocoon right now at the Great Ice Lake. Algoed has known about it for years.
According to some dispatches, Magnate Frey is trying to bring Moon to life. He believes Moon will give mankind limitless power.
We have to stop them. We have to go to the ice lake and destroy that cocoon.
Let's do it! Let's save the world!
Is that the cocoon? Let's smash it to pieces.
That's far enough.
Astrid, Listy, go. We'll keep this guy busy.
Listy, I'm so disappointed.
I feel the same way about you.
You don't know what you're doing. You don't see the whole picture. Humanity needs Moon's power. Nature is not our ally. People die in hurricanes, lose loved ones to harsh winters. Crops yield to droughts and floods. Nature is forever trying to eradicate mankind. By seizing the power of the void to reestablish us.
The void is chaos. It consumes everything in its path with reckless is abandoned.
Won't win, Frey. So be it.
No. You can't do this. Humanity cannot win in the end. We need this power.
Father!
Leslie! Listy!
Listy.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Astrian.
This wasn't supposed to happen.
Shira.
Me?
You. Be.
For the power spirit thingy? No way! I can't! I'm not strong enough!
Yes. You are.
No.
Thank you, Astrian. Thank you for showing me the world.
Don't go.
No!
Please, Magnet Frey, save him. Stop Moon and save my master, please.
According to the information we uncovered in our search, we won't be able to reach the Oracle's temple without all of the elemental spirits. We'll need to venture to the Grand Forest and find the final stone.
But what about Listy?
I will take her home.
Let's get going.
The Grand Forest isn't very grand, is it?
Dark forces are at work here. The forest is dying.
The Algodian army is trying to weaken the Grand Forest with a cursed monolith. We've sealed off the corrupted area in an effort to protect the rest of the forest.
So what are we looking for?
Allow me.
Stop!
Who are you?
I am Pan, Lord of this forest.
We seek the stone.
You would come to my forest and pluck out its heart?
We mean no harm. My name is Astria. I am a guardian.
I know who you are. Someone is waiting for you inside. If you wish to enter the temple, your hearts must be tested. Who will go first?
Allow me to go first.
Face your true enemy.
You! You betrayed us just like I knew you would! I'll kill you!
What? Wait! I can't kill her.
You must. If you do not kill her, she will kill you.
But the thing is,
She doesn't trust you, and you don't trust her. You don't trust anyone. Kill her now.
I can't. I love her.
You have passed the test. Remember, Edmund, you're not alone. Carnot, you are next.
I am ready.
Someone is waiting for you.
You are a guardian. You swore to fight for the spirits of nature, and yet you turned your back on your oath. You abandoned your calling. You hid in a tower while everything crumbled around you. You failed.
No.
Why did you let Misty die? It was your fault.
I didn't know.
You must be punished. won't destroy your master. Is that it? Very well. I shall punish the both of you. End everything now, Guardian. Destroy me, and you will be free.
My mission is to protect the spirits of nature and to maintain the balance of the world that you created. I will not destroy you.
You have passed. Who is next?
Me.
Me!
I said it first.
I said it louder.
Both of you. Come.
No! No! Please! Ah! Please! Protect us!
Damn it!
pretty. Let's dance.
You have passed. Do not carry the burden alone. Astrian.
I'm ready.
Father!
Why did you abandon me?
Say something.
Kill him. He abandoned you. He left you.
You're weak. You don't deserve to live.
anger cannot control you. You have passed.
Father!
I can feel your anger, but you're now strong enough to know the truth. Astrian, I'm not your father. Your father was my brother.
What? So, you're my uncle?
He was the leader of the Guardians, but as the hunt raged on, and the Guardians fell to Algode's forces, your father grew reckless, angry. In desperation, he turned to the dark arts. Moon took advantage of his despondency. He was consumed by Moon's power. He ceased to be a Guardian and became a puppet of the Void.
I don't understand. Why did you lie to me all those years? Why didn't you just tell me the truth about myself?
For your own protection. Frey declared the Guardians to be enemies of the people. He hunted us down. He murdered us. We tried to rise up and fight back, but we were outnumbered. The few of us that remained went into hiding. I hid you from the truth to keep you safe. When the soldiers learned my identity and came for me, I couldn't fight back. I had to buy you time to get away.
Get away? You mean run off by myself? Frightened? Alone? With no idea what to do or where to turn? You abandoned me.
I put my faith in destiny.
Well, maybe I don't want any part of your destiny. Maybe I don't want anything to do with you.
Astrian.
No! I've lived an entire life of lies and half-truths. I grew up trusting you, looking to you for answers. Don't you understand? Ever since I left our house all those years ago, I have felt so lost. No family, no sense of self, no purpose.
And yet those forces have always been a part of you. All that has come before you stirs deep within you.
I hate you.
Astrian, how can you say you've had no purpose? You're always going on and on about how you just somehow know that you're destined for something great.
Astrian, if we don't fight for the heart of the world, who will?
Just because I agree to help you, it doesn't mean I forgive you.
I understand.
So what do we do?
First, I must revive the Earth Spirit. But that will require the strength of the Guardians. All of us.
We are supposed to protect and preserve the spirits of nature, but some of us desert our calling to pursue their own power.
You mean they turn against you?
Yes, Pabian is a corrupted Pan. He has turned his back on nature and aided Moon in the consumption of our forest. He must be destroyed, but doing so will not be easy. He is a master of illusion. He can populate the entire forest with mimics. You must find the true Pabian and destroy him.
We must destroy Moon. All of us. Together. We will first strike a blow to Moon's energy source. He's been drawing power from this forest, feeding off of its life force through a monolith erected by the Algodian army.
So let's find it. Smash it up.
Are you ready, my boy?
I'm ready. Let us through. We're going to destroy the monolith.
May the spirits guide. The Algodian army is... The Algodian army is...
There's the monolith.
Allow me.
Father, look out!
We need to purify this monolith. Master Kant, will you help me?
Of course.
We must return to the airship and fly to the Oracle's temple.
Whoa. Get a load of that.
Pitiful little creatures, raging ineffectually against your inevitable extermination. Do you even know why you struggle? Why be? Why live?
Because being alive is awesome?
Your so-called lives are fleeting illusions. You're nothing more than temporary wads of need and hunger, babbling nonsense to an indifferent universe.
It's pretty harsh.
Before you came bumbling along, there was only chaos and ruin. And long after you have been dusted away, there will only be chaos and ruin.
You're the one getting dusted away, Moon.
What have I done?
It's over now.
I thought I was doing what was best. Listy. My child. I killed her. My little girl. We will be together again.
Is upon you. Your deaths, like your lives, will be for nothing. No, I will never cease to be. You cannot hold back the tides of chaos.
Ooh.